Welcome. Today I'm going to create my own testing library in C. I was looking for some options that are single header files, and none of them was something that I would use. Some like nice APIs and a small code base, so why not create my own? So there's this library called Greatest, and it's really simple to use, but there's this whole API that uses assert equals and equals m, all different variations for doing an assertion for an expression. I don't really like. And a few things that are nice, that you can have suits and run all the suits and assign the test to that specific suit. And I'm trying to bring the experience that I have from JavaScript frameworks with Jest and that kind of stuff to C. And I wrote some things that I want in this library. I want to explore this idea more in a more automatic way, to assign several tests to different threads and run this in parallel. And if you think about it, in a large project, that would be really helpful and would speed things up. So let's start. First, I want to just mention what is, if you don't know what a single header library is popularized by Sean Barrett, and the idea behind is to have a single header file that does a very specific thing, and you can just download that file and include in your project. You can start using right away. You don't have any like complexity of doing package install or anything like that. The idea is to really limit the number of dependencies that you have. And so how do you use? You basically define, you could use as a header, but the general, like the simpler way to use is just define this value to use an implementation. So both the interface and the implementation of the code is in one file, in one header file. So you basically define that you want to use the implementation. And he also have a how to create your own. Here's the other library I was looking at to understand how he does some things. The idea is to reduce the amount of things that you need to call. For example, you need to call greatest main defs, greatest main begin, and run suits, and these several assert equals that you need to remember or need to read. Also need to write the pass, which is a little weird compared like a library like Jest, where you have expect, and if that expectation fails, it returns the error. Okay, so I'll create my own repository with my initials. Description, let's say single header libraries for C. The name for C. Let's the readme, git ignore don't need, license, there's the license. Okay, so let's clone. Okay, clone. Create a main file, and let's make sure that hello world works. Sailor. So for building, I like to use a batch file because you don't need to install anything and it just works, and I have a key binding to call this file automatically. and so it's really easy to use. And I have the Microsoft compiler, C compiler, MSVC, and I was okay. So it's a little weird how they do stuff. So the compiler is called CL. However, it's not enabled, like you can't call like this, enabling the whole Windows. So what you need to do is first call this program, another batch file that's specific for setting up variables that are used for whatever reason, and the 64-bit version. So basically, see if it returns an error, that means it's not on this current environment. So every time you open a new terminal, a new session of the terminal, you need to run this command, or you can run the developer prompt command that will automatically run. So you can see that it has the compiler, but you see that is in the another folder, but I want to use in this one, so I call this and then clear the screen. Okay, so now it works. I can call the compiler. Let's see, this is for another project I'm working on, so there's a lot of flags that I was looking into. Mostly I don't need anything from here, but maybe debug information. Let's just try to call main.c. Okay, so it created the exe and obj file, but I don't want to in this folder. Okay, so I will copy this. Okay, so okay, create file. Basically, remove the contents of the build folder. I create again, so always a clean would say install. I push. So push D is basically entering the folder. So you starting. So the current folder is now build. So he says that he didn't found the file because I need to do actually do something like this. Now it should work. Okay, so now it works, and there's the file, and I can call like main.exe. Okay, just main.exe. Okay, so it works. And another thing that's okay, so every time you compile, he likes to write this logo for whatever reason. So there's a flag for no logo, and it removes a lot of noise, and it works fine, our program. Okay, so I probably want to specify a version of this C that I'm using. MSVC standard flag. Okay, so does it support C99? So it isn't possible to specify C99 conformance. Okay, so there is no way to do this. The debug information, compiler. Debug. So I think I only need to specify ZI. So let's say that let's create another file like code, and I have function, not int main, but sum return plus b int a int b, and I want to test this function. So I would include code.c, and in this case let's create another function. Sum should equal, let's say some tests, and I call sum 1 and 3 int result. Basically I want to call like some sort of assert, and result. Basically not like write like this, and result is not for actual value. Or just got. I can call tests. It won't work. Okay. So yeah. So this actually looks for the current file system, like in this folder. Okay, so now it's not there isn't assert. Okay, so this could technically be a function. It wouldn't need to be a macro. So could I write something like this? Okay, so don't have or just include that, yes. I forgot that was a header library. So I can just expression texts and okay, so in this case I was looking at VA args. It's another macro, but I need to use inside a macro or define. No, wait, no. Well, so let's test it. Let's say if expression, if not expression, then just printf. Okay, so basically underline VA args. Well, technically it should work. Doesn't. So probably I would need to define search expression and if not expression. Okay, now works. So it needs to be macro. So nothing is printed because it is correct. However, if I change this, it should print. It doesn't print. Okay. Maybe I need to do this because it's probably evaluating this as a not. Okay, so yeah, it was that. Results not for, got for. Okay, got for. Results not for. Okay, I messed up. Yeah, but okay, so just to demonstrate, because you want to test some like value here. So this should be a very basic implementation. So let's create another test, some tests 1 or whatever. And 2, it's 5, but 5 dots. I could just like 5, 4, result equals 3. Some tests. Okay, so one thing's missing. I want to print which line is this. So okay, so how I should do that? Another print before, I think that works. So I can just line and it's C or S. And there's another macro called line. It will put the line here. So for those who doesn't know what a macro is, in this case, in C, you have a preprocessor, where you can just, it will substitute the code that you write here inside here. You just literally copying and pasting. So you do this and substitute everything like it's like a function. So this needs to be a macro, because now if you add this line macro, if it was a function, so you would have this print here, it would show 14 here, which is not what we want. We want to basically substitute and basically copy paste here and show, okay, so the line is 27. So that's why using a function for this specific task in C doesn't really work. Okay, it should display something. No, what I forgot the backslash. Okay, it's a int. Okay, yeah, it's a int. Let's just do a tab. Okay, so line 20, and it is correct. Line 20. Results not 5. I don't know how. Oh, it does not match result. There is a option. Okay, so I think there is also a file. Okay, so now it recognizes this, and so we can see that it jumps to the line. That's really cool. Let's see. Well, we have the line already. So the file and line number and error message. Already done this, so we can eliminate. I don't think that I need this. It was only for explanation. I don't know if I want this first option. It's maybe you want something quick that you can just write this one and will give a generic error message. So actually let's try this. 2, let's say 4, 7. It's not 7. Okay, so what if I don't okay, it doesn't have the parameters. There's a way to see if I have. It would be interesting if I had a way to see, like, do I have this, then I print that, and if I don't, I just do nothing. Probably if statement is better. Okay. For example, assert 0 equals 0. It will work. I did not call this. Okay. Hello sailor, it's all the assert is true, but if I do this, assertion failed, and it shows the file and line, but it stops execution. I don't want this. I want to continue the execution because I want to run several tests in parallel. Okay, so can I have multiple? How to verify if macro has JRs? Let's see if the AI knows how to do this. How to know if the args has any arguments, like so. Print. Or at least give some direction. However, it won't work because it's not a boolean value. That's true. Let's choose macro, it's available in C++, 20, and some compiler. This is not exactly what I want. But I'm only using C99. So I don't think it works with expression. Redefinition, yeah. Would this work? Or no, I don't think. Okay. No. It is working, no? It is working. That's nice. Let's add. Okay, so not exactly. Okay, I always forgot. Okay, now we're talking. Line 21, line 27, and I don't need. Okay, so I saw something somewhere. I totally random test. Yeah, so these two hashtags are basically concatenating these two values. I didn't know that it actually works with strings, so it doesn't do something like this and this, or maybe it does, or no, I don't think it does, because I don't. Let's test this. it does work. Hello flavor. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know why. I don't know why, but that's nice. So I actually don't need this. Okay. That's fine by me. Okay, so now we have line numbers and different ways to call assert. Maybe you want something like this. Yeah, you can. It kind of makes sense in a way. So it shows the line, so you know that's wrong, but because you didn't provide anything, so it doesn't really make sense to display a default message. Just displaying that it has just displaying the line number already shows that. So I think that's okay. You get used to a lot of niceties that you see on other libraries. But I think that's what I want. So basically this is implemented. I can delete this. Okay, so what should I do now? Color the output for pass, fail, skip. Should display how much time it took. Should be inside suit blocks. Should work with asserts in a for loop. That's interesting. Okay, so let's try this. Avoids some tests, just for loop test. So let's say I have a loop. So I want to assert that I is true. Let's say less than 1. So you print the actually let's do a better one. The module, or I can just I think you can one binary. Doesn't matter. There's I is not even. It's not odd. So actually I'm asserting that. So this, if it's actually, this will return true if the value is an odd number. I'm a little bit confused. So to explain, let's say I have 8 bytes, and basically like a byte, and this is the binary representation of 1, and I would be 0. The first would be 0. So you do a bitwise AND. So here would be only if both were 1. If both were 1, the result would be 1. But since it's an AND, so it's 0. Because both should be 1 and 1. But since it's not, it's 0. And if you look at the binary representation of 2, it's 1, the one here. Because if you remember, it's 8. Is it 8? No. It is. Okay, so 1 and 2, 3, 4. No. 4 and 8 and so on. So basically when you have a tree and you do ends, bitwise ends, you both of these will be true. So you can check that if it is the bitwise end equals 1, it is an odd number. And if it's even, so if it is not odd, it would display. Okay, so the logic is, it is correct. I was misremembered that I was not expression. So I want this to be true, but if it is not odd, then I display. And let's call this method, this function. Let's see, and it is not odd, and it didn't. Okay, it didn't. It's not odd. What percent d? 0 and 2. So if you're a math person, you can say that 0 is an even number, at least for the computer. So it does work. Yeah, it's the same. I think that's what I really want. I wrote down here. I wasn't sure what complexity I was expecting, but it's simple as that. So it works with asserts inside of loops. Should have a global setup, recursive tests. Okay, so it would be interesting to have a way to grab all these test function. Colored outputs, keep fail. Okay, so it doesn't need to be a colored output, but yeah, it doesn't need to show it passed the tests, because I really don't care about the test that passed. I only care about failures and skip tests that were skipped. To do, and I'm sure. I think Rust have this. Like you can call a macro like to do, and it marks the test as a to do test that you still need to write. If I'm not mistaken, Jest also have this. Like you can call test and to do, but what I don't think to do is you could write like a empty test, some tests, empty tests, and empty tests. It doesn't really matter. Like it's still work. Where's the test? Okay, so it doesn't really matter. To-dos, I don't think it's interesting thing to have, but skip, I remember that I used a lot of times and it's helpful to have. Like you could, but then maybe in this setup I don't actually need. I could just do this and it would work. However, I want to output that I'm skipping this test. Not a perfect solution, but skip and add like, let's test this. Skip, I would have an expression, right? I don't think wait, it needs to be here. Basically, would do a false or no, wait, I think I'm overcomplicating this. I just need to, it doesn't really matter the expression, I guess. Oh, wait. Okay, so it would be executed the same way. Okay, so yes, I can, yeah. I need to do this. False. Let's write the code first. So the expression. So basically the idea, it will replace with this and then replace this expression with the macro assert. Okay, one thing that I forgot to do, I forgot to add the prefix. Now it should work. I don't remember. Okay, it works. So it won't execute this code. However, I don't need to else. I want to print the line. Test skipped, and we should show the line. If false. Let's see. Okay. I don't think it worked. Okay, okay, it worked, but I forgot to do new line. Test skip is it feels weird. Skip it. So I know that I'm skipping some tests. Skip it. Results not 5, got 3. Okay. It's not odd, got 0. Okay. I think that's it. So you need to wrap the code. Yeah, I think that's okay. If I want to, let's say, I want to skip this and see, skip. It is not as fast as doing skip, I must say, yes. Okay, I think that's really cool. It's really cool. I should display color outputs. Let's look at this. Colors output terminal Windows C. I remember something like ANSI escape sequence. Let's see what this does. Red text, that's cool, nice. Okay, red text, interesting. Terminal color, Windows. Yeah, okay. Available colors. $32. So what exactly is this? So 33 is red, no? 41. So it's not the same here. NC escape sequence. The escape sequence you're looking for are the select graphic rendition subset. All these have the form of backward slash 033 open bracket xxxm. It's a series of semicolon separated parameters. Make tests red, bold, and underlined. It's interesting. Let's see how this looks. It is underlined and bold. Okay, so 31M. Okay, 31M is the end escape sequence with 0M. So 31 is red. It is true. 31 for red foreground. Yes, it is correct. 1 and 4. So what are the others? For the first part, make the text red, bold, underline. Okay, so it's basically the same table, if I understand correctly, and like a ASCII table. So the first one is for bold, 2D for underline, like almost like a same table. Bright reds. Okay. Okay, so the theme that I'm using is not that bright green. Let's see 42. It looks the same. Failed. Hmm. Okay, so printf. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think it's better to be on first, like the first column. I can just comment this out. There's an interesting thing that it won't. I could write all the assertions like this, and I can just put this in front of it. Interesting. It just changed the way you write, just to optimize for the insertion of the skip feature. So we can basically do this. Oh no. So what happened here? I cannot skip. Okay, it doesn't work. It recognizes as a if statement. Is there a way to? No. Well, anyway, yes, so it shows that exactly what I was thinking. I can change this. Nice, looks really nice. Maybe I don't need just a space. Maybe 2 spaces. I don't think any testing library has a fixed order. So that I think that's okay. And we added color output. Should we always wait to mark test or suit for skipping? We don't have suit yet, but it's done. I don't think it would be any different from. Maybe I can use the same macro. It probably would work. Maybe I would create a specific for a suit. Should display how many suits in tests were found. That's an interesting question. I'll display color to do skip. I don't need to show that it passed the test, only fails and skips. I think that's display how many suits and tests were found it's pretty easy. I can have a definition here. Let's say int total tests. Let's say total tests equals 0. And what I do, it would be just this, I guess. Then I need to print the total. Okay, so run this. I can only show the total after all tests have been run. I can show like before. I always forgot this. Total for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Let's delete this one. I don't need. Delete this. Total 4. Interesting. Okay, so the loop. I see. The loop counts as 1 because that makes sense. And imagine that you had like 1,000. It would be 1,000 tests. That would be more accurate, but I don't know if I want this. The number of assertions is equal the number of tests. Since that I only care about the tests that pass it, I don't really care about the number of real assertions that I'm doing. I don't think it really matters. And to be honest, this kind of way of doing this, well, from my experience, is not very common. And imagine that you had like a fuzzing test, that you generate a lot of random stuff and then do assertion. It will still show here, so it wouldn't really matter that much. Okay, so yeah, total tests. Four. How many tests? Total tests and total like failed, total passed, and skip it, total failed, total passed. Failed. Total tests skipped, total test pass. I don't really need passes here because I need only the total and the failed. Wait, is not pass, so total minus skipped and failed tests. It is equals the total test pass. So if it's skipped, I do this. Failed, I do this. Yes, basically every assertion is a test. And total test passed. Test skipped. Failed. Total tests passed equals total tests minus the ones skipped and the ones that failed. Okay, minus one test passed. Okay, total tests 4, skipped 2, correct, failed 3. Interesting. Okay, so total tests. So this is causing trouble. So maybe I need to do this instead. Can I choose? Weird. Okay, let's delete this. Total tests. Okay, it's total tests and here 3 tests. Okay, so skipped is correct. Failed, it is also correct. So the only thing that's remaining is total tests. That is wrong. Total tests. Because if I'm skipping, I need to add to the test. So this is correct. However, it is not. Oh, wait. Okay, so I think that's it is. So I think it was correct. I just need to add here. Total test 6. Wow. Like 6 tests failed. If I have an assert, then it is a test. It's weird because, okay, so let's see. If I skipping this test, so it's false. I won't execute any of this expression. And in assert, this won't be executed. So each assert would be executing this. Let's actually remove some tests. Let's keep small. Okay, some tests 1, 2. Okay, I have 2 tests now. So total tests minus the ones skipped minus the ones failed. Total tests equals 4. What? Okay. So it's counting Okay. Okay, so it is. So it's 3 tests here in 1 here. So total tests equals 4. I skipped 1. This one. And 2 of them failed. So total pass equals 1. So it is correct. So okay, so it was correct then. So basically I have, yes, yeah. Let's add this real quick. Else printf what is the color for green? 32. 32. Pass. Okay, so now I have 6 tests. And 2 skipped, 3 failed, and 1 passed. Okay, so now it is correct. It was correct. I don't know if I want this. Yeah. If I wanted to print in a sequential order, like all the tests that passed, all the tests that were skipped, and the ones that failed, I would have like a really big array here with a like string array. Fringe line. Or I could do this as a default way and just grab if it's the error message. Like I would have this as well. It would show the line but no message, and I could make this way the default and only add in the, oh no, I would still need the line numbers, yeah, to display in the correct order, so it was key. So in the array I would have probably 2 arrays, or maybe just like one array with array of strings for all these skipped tests, and I would append to that array. But to be honest, I don't care much about the order, and I want a really minimal library. So far so good. Test definition should be inside suit block, not outside. Should display how much time it took each test. Or suit. Interesting. In this case, I would have expression. I would need to time the function itself. So I would need to create another like macro that would accept the function, let's say timer, whatever, function, then I would start timer, run function, and timer. Okay, so I was thinking about adding a timer. If it had some automatic timer, it would be easy to show which test is taking longer. I don't know, I feel that it should be kinda obvious for the, I don't know, for the developer, because he would know which function would be slow. Like if he is accessing some files on the system or doing some network requests, that should be the, or maybe a complex algorithm. Like he would know where to look at, and then he would like measure the performance. So I think the idea here is to have a more focused, instead of doing two different things that are related, it would be more interesting to do only one specific thing. Okay, so let me comment this, and I will add, I could just create like define print results. And basically do this. Print results. It feels like a function, yes. I think the idea, since I never worked like in a big project where performance was a concern, I don't really know. I think it's two separate concerns. One is for being able to test, and the other one is testing and one is performance. And if I want to focus on performance, I will know where to look or have an idea where to look. And if it's really slow, I will see which the last assertion would be the slowest, you could say. But in a multi-threaded, I would need to have, that's interesting. Even if I do sequential, yeah, it doesn't work, yes. High precision time measure for C. High resolution. Core performance counter. I don't think it has time. Actually, it has. So it uses time. Pursuit Pretest, post-test. Timers, purpose, okay. So, begin, ends. Okay, so yes, so it has a clock. Clock name. Time.8 clock. Since CRT startup time, get process times, seconds, not per second. Let's see, CRT, 30 cents. Measure the duration of events, right? That's exactly what I want to do. Start clock and finish clock and minus start and clocks per second. And time to do interlude, duration. Time to do empty loops is okay. Why separate this? Why not having this same line? Weird. Okay, so duration will be in seconds. That's really pretty easy to do. Let's add this. Includes time.h. Expression. Okay, so I want to skip continuous and define DSC timer. Yeah, I don't like that much this name. What would be a better name? Time duration. So I know that on Windows you have this more accurate. Okay. times them 1 microsecond. Choose to interval of times. Large integer. Using query performance counter in native code. Okay, so I have a starting time, ending time, and lapsed microseconds. Time, elapse, number of ticks, limit number of ticks per second, and loss precision for dividing with ticks per second. I will try with this clock. Well, let's timer. Function. Then function clock. Start equals clock. Function clock and clock. I can change in the future if it's not that accurate or the precision is not that useful. But let's do the simplest thing first and print the total time. Finish minus start clocks per second. Start and minus start divided by clocks per second. Okay, I think I know why. Yes. Always forgot this. Double. Why double? So it is not double? Running test in 0 seconds. Nice. Let's say I have 100,000 tests. It would take a while because it's printing. 11 seconds. total test, total skipped, failed. So basically half of them. But it is 3 seconds. But I don't know what function took that time. So I could do this function %s and like some tests was executed in seconds. Okay. This is the timer. Maybe do this. Function was executed. No. Maybe it's this. Print macro variable. Print macro arguments. Let's see. So is one because it's concatenating. Okay, yes, string sizing. So 2 hashtags is for concatenating, and 1 is to turn into a string. Nice. For loop test was executed in this amount of seconds. So basically, we would need to. So I'm thinking in doing an array of functions. And I would add each one, then would iterate with this. Then it wouldn't work. All of them would be functions. Okay. It would be another macro. probably like a function and something like this, or not. Okay, I have now the how much time it takes. Main point should be simple, int main run test, uncompile this file. I still have this one. Global setup and tear down. I think the idea is to just have here some code. Global setup. If you want truly global for your for all your tests, you should write here, and tear down would be the same thing. So the library, you compile this to run all of your tests. So actually, let's not here. DSC and tester. I don't know better name. If def DSC tester find DSC tester and if so let's move this to here. Let's make all these static, because in static means that it won't be exported to to the other files. The rest is fine, I guess. Let's include DSC tester H. And everything should work. It doesn't. Okay, what is it? Is not linking correctly. Why? It should include directly. So I don't think it needs global setup. So in this case it is, but what if you have like several tests? So the idea is to write a bunch of test files that would have like these functions, and then in the main I would call this start that would find all these, execute all of these, will time all of them, print the results. Okay, so I guess I don't need to be specific here. Branch coverage, it would be nice to have, but I don't know how to do it. I was searching about this, and it seems that you need to kind of parse a file that the compiler gives you with a specific flag, and I have like no idea how to do it. I would need to do some research, but branch covered would be interesting. This is also global setup and tear down. I don't think it means anything. However, test definitions should be inside suit blocks. So basically these and these are related. Find tests inside folders and exclude tests. Test definition be inside suit blocks. First I need to solve this, and then I can go like suit one. It probably would need to be a macro. Yeah, on that library greatest, you need to suit add and add the name of the function. Maybe I could do something like suit start and suit ends, and have all these declarations inside, and when I parse I would see it starting a suit here, then add dynamic with this function. So it's easier to add and remove each function, instead of writing the function and then actually adding. Then you might forget that you need to add, and then you run the test and see it's not working. Just writing the test and expecting to work is a better developer experience. That's the same way in Jest, like any JavaScript framework or library. You just write the test, and you just need to make sure that your file has the word test, and it will find your function and execute. So definition inside. Okay, so before that I need to fix this. It is not working, but why? Is it because the file extension? No. Okay, so let's look how he does that. Let's take true type. programs. I don't remember exactly the guard clauses. If defs plus plus, if defs per the implementation, there's implementation. It doesn't have. But I think in my case, it's basically doing this. Implementation. Basically, all the finds are macros. So I don't know. This will work now. .h, and it works, right? Because it basically, okay, so, but I don't have any functions like that, like function declarations. Should I stub the defines or macros? Does he does that in any? Okay, so if not defined includes. Interesting. So in that library he doesn't, and if not defined, okay, so I don't really like this, just the C tester. Define version struct declarations and function declarations and names. Does he uses? If not defined, defines. Probably at the end he will be and if. Okay, and if. So it's wait. No correspondence. So and if the first is this one, and the second is for the implementation, basically. and if yeah, so see, I'm right. Yes. Okay. It works. I just want to make sure that I don't have any access to those variables like total, not available, %d, total tests. Total not available, 0. Wait. Okay. Because I'm okay. Static keyword private into value site headers. Static local variable. When a global variable is declared with the static keyword, it can only be accessed within the same file. When we make global variables private variable, how to create a private variable in header file in C. Okay, so I think that static for this where I would use the static and would be, yeah, you don't, okay, yeah, doesn't matter much. It would be nice to have, but No deal breaker. Okay, so I made it work now. Everything's working as expected. So the next thing is adding a subwitch or whatever is the pronunciation. The idea is to group together functions or tests that I can later just filter those tests, and in this case I can would be like a command line arguments. You could only run suits with name whose name contains the string suit. Only run tests, names contain tests, and exclude. And I think that's really cool and useful. I remember sometimes using this kind of feature. I vaguely remember. So it would be nice. Basically, these two are kind of tied together, I think. Can I attest be outside a suit? Yes. Okay, so I need to search both for suits and how do I do a suit? You can just declare like this. Let's do a simple stupid stuff. Some testing size, and let's call this. I don't need this for now. Let's do this and suits. Let's run this only. Okay, so there is a syntax error here. Yeah, you can't declare it because you want to have some setup and like tear down. For the specific tests that are here. If I were to use a macro, it would be weird because it like this. You could have this and this. Basically, you would need to write something like this, and maybe here's a name. Suit name. Could I make it run only the tests I specify by a string? Or I would do that. So that's another problem. Because I only need a way to insert stuff here. And how about setup in this case? It would be the same, yes. I would only do this. The only weird thing would be, let's actually write this. Insert key timer. Let's define ESC suit. And the first thing is the name, and the rest is like code and an expression, or it could be code. Assertion or predicates. Basically, I want to codes. I would need also define the C run suit and the name. So basically I can comment this. Just running the suit. Okay. Let's just call setup and here now. Just Samsung. It doesn't allow new lines. So it might not work. So I think that doesn't work. Yeah, so I think that's why he did in that way, because you can't exactly do it another way. Interesting. Some sort of markup like this. Maybe. But how I would make this work? Wait, define DSC start suit. Okay. Basically, I just do this. No, wait. Okay, so define start suit. Name, and yeah. So basically, I would do the same here. However, I would not have this, and define DSC and suit. It would need to have a name, or I don't think so. Basically, define here, and that's it. So we can do this. Wait, oh, I can't do this, but okay, another, because it isn't a function, right? Interesting. It works. Okay. So fade pass total non-variable. Okay, this we can remove this. And to skip is the same. Skipping would be the same, and a timer would be also the, wait, so I can time the suit, run suit. It's just hard to code this. So okay, so not exactly what to do. Don't hurt. Find a way to, I don't know, it's find suit name. Wait, I don't need a prefix. Yeah, I don't think I need a prefix. So run suit just run the suit. I could just run the suit. Name and start suit and suit, and it would work because I'm just working with this suit name. Okay, how do I clear the console? Okay, it's yeah. Okay, so it's running a few times. Running tests, suit, some suit, setup, failed, tear down, some suit was executed, and I have a timer, and because these functions are, wait, it's just a function. Okay, just a function. Since it's just a function, okay, so because I do have this print, so this, it doesn't work. I can put semicolon, it doesn't hurt. So, in the end, I think I can. Yes, I can. It still works fine. And the idea of the function is just to add a scope, because I can add anything like I want here, and doesn't affect the rest of the tests. And if I need some global for this group of tests, I can just write here on the setup, and same thing for tear down. I think I can just simplify this as it doesn't work, parameter list, and yes, wait, can I just do this? Insult and find declared. Just declare right here. So I need I think yeah, so still works. Just to be the same way, like every function, every macro is the same. So you create some sort of expectation, because every macro, even if it's like nothing, is expected to be like a function, or in a functional way. Okay, so yeah, so there's no need to declare. Okay. Okay, so these tests doesn't have a name. That's the problem. I would need to basically create the same thing here with the test. So I would need to create DSC, start test, or test name. Okay, let's not worry about this right now. Shouldn't be inside suit blocks, not outside. That's what I'm doing, and I can delete that. Now I think I can go to this task now, where it's basically grab the input, like the command line arguments, and filter by the name. So let's go to the main function. Let's see if I remember correctly. It's int arg c and char pointer arg v, and it's an array. So first let's just add some arguments. The same here. So suit, we have like sum. I want to execute only the sum suit. Or just let's first some tests. Okay, now I have two tests. One was skipped. Let's remove. Okay, it passed and failed. Let's say this is failing test, or maybe not. Let's filter the for loop. It still works fine. So first thing I want to do is to print all the arguments. Int I 0, I less than arg c, and I plus plus. Print f arg, the index and the arguments would be string, new line arg c, that's for counter, and arg v, which is a vector or an array. Okay, that's something, I guess. It's okay. I have 3 arguments. Okay, so okay, yeah. Let's forget that it did that. Okay, the first is the file name. The second is like the flag. You expect a flag, and after the flag, you expect the text to filter. It would be nice to like make a robust checking of each of, it's getting dark already, of each argument, if it's correct or not, but for now I just want to think in a way that I can filter those tests. So I need a way to keep track of the test's name. So what I saw from the other libraries, specifically the greatest, it is that they run a macro, something like if test name matches query, and then executes the test. So I declare here, but I only have the argument here. Maybe some sort of hash table where I store the name, test name, as a key in the function pointer to the actual code. And then I can run basically this and get from hash table test name, and basically it returns a pointer, function pointer. You just then you execute that. You first do reference and then run. Maybe I would need to have some sort of a global variable to store the names. So I would need to have a macro to actually assign those names. So I would need to create something like the suit. So for example, if I want to add this suit, I could just do like hash table insert in name like this, and in the end I would actually write a new pointer. Then I would not insert but update. I would need the name again because now I have the pointer to that. Okay, so it doesn't okay, everything's fine. Okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, so I don't know, and to be honest, it's quite small. On my library is like 50 lines of code, and I think it's really cool. And if I add some that, the problem is the developer experience. You would need to register, and then ending you would have also the name. I can delete this. I can delete this. I will cancel. Well, let's get git ignore, remove the build folder. Don't want to commit any of that. Okay, it was not okay. Today I'm continuing the C library for testing, and off screen I added the dual license for both public domain and MIT license, so you can choose between these two, and that's what the STB libraries recommend doing, like Schomburg recommend doing this. And I also changed, added the prefix here on these variables. And Last time I was doing the arguments implementation. I was trying to just print, and I want to basically filter any test that has the query that I'm passing as an argument, and also the suit, also filter out the suit by the name. So first I want to have a global variable here. I could do char pointer, and this could be a query, and just do some I don't know if it will work, but let's test this. So I want only the last argument. And I could print query SSS query. Let's see if it works. It does work, so okay. So now I have a global variable for the query. So I want a way to basically filter these tests by the query. I passed down a name. So what I could do would be to have like if statement, and I need to have a substring. C substring match. It is not string compare, or this. No. Okay, so string returns a pointer. String case string does the same thing but ignores case. Interesting. I think this is the correct. Move fragments. Does not conform to. So this includes string.h. So the first argument is the haystack. Okay, so I could do the string name and then the query. And this needs to be different than null. Actually better, if it is null, I just return, and then it doesn't execute the rest of the suit. Okay, so okay, so for null, if the substring is not found, why it's warning here? If is string case string name query equals void pointer, do I need to include the standard lib? No. Okay, so this doesn't exist. So to lower C. Okay, so this actual function doesn't exist. Let's actually create one. Since I have a boolean, just can return if false. Has substring. Substring. So in this case, I can just construct haystack needle. Basically, saying that I won't change the value that's being passed. Okay, so this can be here. Okay, so I have two strings. Okay, so how do I do this? A for loop. Haystack. So it should continue the basically I need to have two iterators. So it's haystack index needle index. So I go on each character. And also choose lower. Needle index. Then I would increment here. If both, so let's say you have ABC string and the needle is just like B and C. Let's say, for example, AB. So the first character matches. It doesn't matter if it's uppercase. So it checks if both are equal. Then I would need to increment the needle index. And after finish, it will increment the haystack. However, if they are different, I would need to increment the haystack index. Because the first doesn't, so it goes the first one, it's 0 index. Both are equal, so update both indexes. So the next character is B, update both indexes, okay, and then it's ended. So I need to check if it's ended or not. Haystack index. Let's say if I found the, so I need to before that haystack index. If the needle index is less than needle length, so both are equal, I need to check if the string ended. If it still has characters to check, I update both index, but if it's the size, I just break from the loop, because I already found. Okay, so I can just return true, that it found the substring. However, if it does not match, I could just say if haystack, actually, if the haystack length is less than the needle, then it means that it cannot be a substring because it's too short. Let's say I have the haystack be A and the needle E and B, so it cannot be a substring. Let me see. A, B, C. Let's say the first one doesn't match. If the first letter doesn't match, I update the index because I need to find the first character that matches. So it goes, updates the head stack index, and then tries again. So this would work. So if for some reason I just keep getting here, let's say I have D, E, F. So it will end always here, and then we'll finish this loop. So that means it didn't found anything. So it's also false. Or it could mean that it found the last one, so the needle index is less than needle length, correct, and then update the next. That wouldn't work because it doesn't have any more. Okay, so it would update, but it would fail and then go here. I think that's pretty good. I don't see any other problems with this code. I'm pretty sure that covers all the cases. So I could do some more checking here, like if it's 0, and that kind of stuff. But I mean, I'm using myself this function. So the idea is to never have a empty string. So before executing this, I would check for that. Or maybe I could just check here. So I don't know which one would be better. Because I assume that it would have. So the haystack is always present, the needle not always. I could just do or the needle length equals 0, and then basically could just write. I don't know, I think I can't modify this, correct? It does work. Okay, so it has a substring, so it is working. It should return. Does it? It should for loop. Okay, so I have the suit with some tests, but setup. I think it's not executing. Yeah, I'm not executing this. Some suit. Total test 0. And it should work. It should show setup. Okay, now it works. Why? Query name. Can I log? Let's printf haystack needle. Haystack is some suit and needle is empty. Okay. it is null. So I do need to... I remember something that it's like constant value. You can't modify if you declare like this. So if you declare like this, you can. Let's say 20. Okay, so now it's working. So it ignored the suit. So let's create another one that won't be ignored. Wait, it doesn't. It shouldn't ignore. It is a for loop. It is ignoring, but because it's wrong. Needle is still empty. Okay, so the needle is not actually working. So it has something to do with the macro, because we'll basically substitute this to this code. doesn't really make sense for why it's not working. Because I substitute this and call the function for suit. Needle macro. This is empty. Okay, so yeah, I'm stupid, yes. It's in the wrong order. There you go. Okay. Forget all that. So this. V2. Okay, so this works now. Okay, so it should. So the for suit should be the only one to run. So I should see setup for and tear down for. But I don't see anything like that. It's running tests. It has run the let's remove this and this, I guess. For suit. No, let's need a for. So it's executing here. So both ends. Interesting. Okay. For suit needle for haystack. So in this case, both are true. Equal. So the sum suit is working. And the for it's also working, but it's not reaching here. Length 3, okay, so length 9. both equals, both equals, both equals. So both equals and still has a needle. So the third one would be R, the third letter. It will match, will print both equals, and needle index is less than needle length. So I could just do this and it should work. Yes. So it correctly display the setup in teardown, so it filters correctly. So that was so it only needs to update the haystack index if it is not. Oh, it works. Okay, so display only this. So if I change to sum, it will display the sum suit. And for suit. Let's say I just specify suit and both prints. So that's working. So I successfully implemented this. So there's an option to exclude and like specify for suit and test. I think that's important. So let's add another. So query suit query. Test query. I don't know if I want to exclude, but it seems useful. Exclude tests whose names contain the string exclude. So only the tests, it should have a way to specify both tests and a suit that I want to exclude. So test take precedence. So let's see if I can make work the tests. So for the tests, I don't have the problem is that the only is assertion. So I would need to have a start test and end test, which is a little annoying. But there is no other, unless I do something like register test and then the test name. So, there's another problems that for the test that is inside of the suit. It cannot be a function. The C start test suit. Or just so that's why on the other library they were making this. So you just add. So you write the test and add to the list. So you append to the suit. Okay, so I think that makes more sense now. Okay, so let's try doing the same thing with tests. Then so test query name suit test. Some tests and tests. Okay, so it should work, just work. So you have some tests. Okay, so that's some sort form. It did not execute this. So test query is empty by default. So you could say that if it's empty, it should return true. Because an empty string would be, it will be inside another string, so it kind of makes sense. So now instead of typing the function, you need to write this. It just feels very weird. And then for suit, I would need to have another type of start and ending test. You might want to filter some tests from the suit. So you need to have a name here. So let's actually do this. Start tests suit. So it can't be a function. So I could do for loop, infinite for loop, and here I would break, and at the end I would also break. So you have a scope and you can return early. So let's try this. Some tests suit. Easy int tests suit. Okay, so I'm doing a hard-coded thing here. So some tests should run this and this, correct? Some tests. Okay, so this suit is the for suit. So for, then t minus some tests. It should. It was supposed to display, setup, and tear down. So only the sum tests work it. This okay. So I'm not using yes. So test query equals arg v, and it should be fourth argument. Query for query some tests, test query, test query, test query. Still not working? Why? Why is not working? The suit is correct. It should be correct. So it should execute test and test outside. For suit. query is suit query is the for, and suit test query some tests. The some suit. So test query, suit query. So what's happening here? Only this is working. So the sum tests, start tests, test query, it is test query. So all sum tests should work, which is correct. But a start test suit. Okay, wait, no, it should work. Okay, so the for is not working, but it was working before. Start suit, you have name, the name, some suit. It is for suit, I'm not executing this. Okay. So yeah, I need a way to automatically. Okay, so for suit, executing the suit, and test some test suit, some suit tests. So it's executing this, failing, it does not execute this, tear down, and the last. So it is working. I don't know if I want to add exclude yet. Generally, this would be pretty enough for most use cases. Because when you want to filter, you want just a small portion of tests running, not so just filtering by name is, I think, it's enough. I need a way to grab all those functions and run. So that was I was thinking about adding a hash table to insert each name, like a hash table of name of the method of the function and the pointer as the value. So you could just iterate the hash table and use the function pointer. So I think I finished this. I just want to quickly change the implementation. Instead of using clock, use square performance counter. It is a more accurate counter. So let's include Windows. take a little longer without windows and with windows. So there is a define winter to lean and mean. Yes, so it removes a bunch of unused like legacy stuff. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, so so the sum suit, it shouldn't execute the sum suit, right? Okay, it shouldn't, but it is a wrapper around this. Okay. There is also another SVC flag better output. FC. It doesn't really help much. Defining the timer function, large integer each time, frequency. Okay, so I'm missing here. Okay. No. No. Yes. So okay. Microseconds. Convert micros. Seconds. And seconds. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's remove this. So I think I still need a way to have this stuff in a hash table. Because I need a way to count each of them. Do I need a hash table? I just need an array of... I think I just need an array of functions. Because it doesn't really matter the name, because I just need to call them. And since the if statement is inside each of the macros, I just need to execute them and see if and then they take care itself. Okay, so that's actually an interesting idea. Okay, so I forgot also to do query. Everything works, okay. So, like void pointers, can I have an array of point, but I can't dereference them. But okay, so, okay, that makes even better. So all functions are actually void pointers. They accept no values and it's a void return value. So that's great. So let's create a void. A point. It is... I don't remember how to declare, but functions. Functions. I remember something like typedef, void, and void, and this is a function. I really don't remember how to declare function pointers. Pointer. Okay, so you just define so the value, the return value, and here it's just a random name like test function. And here I don't need anything. It does work. Why? Okay, so actually this is a pointer. So I have an array of pointers. Let's say I have like 1,000. It still works. So let's iterate this array. Int I 1,000 functions. So basically we need to dereference, and I would call the function. And now I would have also an integer for receive function index, because I just need to increment this index, and that's it. Let's see, where is the test? Start test. So end test, and I would do this. Okay, so actually I don't think this will work because it's outside any of like functions. It's outside of a function. So I need also the name, and it should be the name, and it doesn't work. It is constant. No arguments case, so yes, some test outs. Constant expression. Constant matrix. But I'm not using this. It is not constant expression. How no? What? So it's correct, right? So I need to declare like this. I think I will take a break. Okay, so I don't understand why it doesn't work. I just want to assign a function pointer to an array of functions. So I can basically register the test function and in the end just iterate through this array calling all the functions. But the error messages from the compiler are really bad and I just don't know what's happening. So I will try to ask ChatGPT to help. Maybe he can give some idea of why it's not working. So I have the type definition, the array. I have some macros. Okay. not used in the code. Why not? It is used here. Has substring now. Try adjusting the code. So this is basically the same defined once at the global level. It is already like this. Maybe like this. No, this doesn't match. Redefinition, modified values. How to generate the macro expansion. P. Okay, there's a lot of code. Let's try to. Okay, I found one. I found two. Some tests outside. Flows from this else. So it doesn't have new lines. So actually, let me try this. Let's say some tests. Okay. Wait. It worked. So I'm guessing that it can't work like outside of the main function. It differs? What it differs? Why declaration? Okay. So it does work. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so that's kind of sad. So I would need to make the same way as the other libraries to have a macro to register that specific function as a test. But then I would need to store also the name of the function. So there isn't an easy way to add the function, register the function in a macro. So maybe I could read the file and search for the tests, but it would be way more code that I don't want. I want a more simple approach. Okay, so actually I think that will work. Let's create a pointer file. String index C. it doesn't work because I need the function as a token. Yeah, so I think I finish. So last string I was doing the testing library, and I was hoping to do a way in a way that I could automatically call every testing function without with only using macros, but you actually can't do that. So because the idea was to have an array of function pointers, and each function pointers would be tests. So these declare a test function, so with this name, but there's no way to use an assert to do that, and you can't call like the array and the index and pass this here. This doesn't work because it's outside any other function and outside of main. So you could in theory create another function here, like create a function, but then you need to call this function, right? Like, so it also doesn't work. So after a break, I actually managed to visualize a better solution, and my idea was to first be a single header library, but I see that what I want to do, it's not possible to do with only a header file. What I need to do is what I draw here. The first piece is this DSE main file. So if one person would like to use my library, it will need to download this file and this. So both a C and a header file. So how it works, or how I think it should work, or what's the plan here. So I have this main file that will be the file that we generate, not generate, but we compile first this file. So in this file we will go through each file in the folder, and we'll get the function name that was declared there with the assert macro. So here I already do this. So you can see that I declare a function with these two macros, and this is the name of the function. And down here I just read the entire file and tokenize by the new lines. So each token is basically a new line, and I check if the new line is the macro, and if it is, I just copy that into a buffer to display, so you can see that it prints out the name of the function. Actually, it's missing. Wait. String length. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, so should be. Okay, so this token, let's try with another macro. Doesn't work. It's not correct. This. Okay, so a little detour here. Actually, let's go back. I'll finish explaining this. So you get the function name, and with that function name, I will generate this file. This will generate only one file, a C file, and we'll have the header file tester because of the macros, and I will include the test because the code.test file will only have this kind of code, only the test assertions. Then I just include in this generated file. Then I will compile. I will call the system to compile using in this case the Microsoft compiler, and I will pass down these arguments from this program to this one. And basically here I will have the array of functions that I mentioned before, and for each function I will basically calculate the size. We'll see how many functions does it have, and divide this by the number of threads. And then for each thread we will execute a fixed size number of array functions, assertions, and that we will run those tests. So I believe that's the way that we'll make it work correctly, because the other way it wasn't possible, and it will be similar to other libraries, so I don't want that. I want to create my own with multi-threading. So I believe that's I would say the correct solution for this. So let's go to, where's the list files? Okay, so Windows has a way to list files. It's a little weird, but you first need some variables. Let's first solve this bug, then we can look into listing all the directories and like folders and files. So the string length is this content. Okay, so buffer. So the index, token plus index. So it almost worked. It's index. The index for these, okay, so not correct. For these, and then I minus the token. Why did they minus the token? Okay, so this parenthesis index So this, calling this works, but this doesn't work. So it returns the pointer. Okay, so let's minus token plus 1 is the index. Test token is not the okay. Yeah. I think I got it. Let's remove this and parenthesis index. That's okay. So I have have the the length of the test token. So it should be the length of the token, so the entire string, minus the length of this, and actually minus 2 because of the parentheses in the new line. It is why 3? It is counting the null terminator test token, okay, or is the new line I think. So token has the new line, so you need to remove so let's string length this. I think it's more accurate. It's also easier to understand. So it is now working, okay. So let's go here, and the idea is to list all files and folders. So you need some data. Let's right here. Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, it complains because it doesn't reference. It's weird. Max path. String length doesn't matter. So the first call is to this function. H finds. Okay, let's. So it find first file. Let's see if it works. Okay, so it's complaining about this. No worries, and okay, let's just make sure. It's not defined. Probably is user 32. Okay, so there is an okay, there is a function for that. Never mind. So let's just put invalid file. File size is not referenced. Where is it? Okay, so we are here, list all the files and direct with some info. So basically I do while and checking if it is a directory or a file. just %s. I can wait. Printf. So you call next file, and then if it's a directory, you print the directory. If it's a file, you print some information about the file. Okay, it doesn't work. Why? Printf long. Okay, so it doesn't work. No, specify directory. Oh, okay, wait. So I need to specify the directory. Argv strings e length max length argument. So I copy the first argument, and then concatenate this before the first file. Where does these functions come from? String safe. Where is it? Also, I need to import that library. It is working, not exactly. Invalid file. Okay, why is that? It just gives a really vague error message. Basically reading some garbage. Okay, because I don't have any argument. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let's ignore that. Because I'm passing like this as argument. Okay, so let's say it is BSE. Users. valid file. So find first file. Let's search in direct for a file or subdirectory with a name that matches specific file name or partial name wildcards are used. Okay, so can I do this? Doesn't work. Okay, so it does. Okay, so okay, now we have something interesting. We already basically no wait no it was confused. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so directory, let's say file. Cool. Okay, so this works. Now I need to recurse that. So what I can do is just recurse here. Recurse. Then it will use this as a file. So let's first ignore these two directories. It will be useful to have a way to ignore these. Yeah, let's ignore any Okay, so I need to also display the build folder. 5 bytes. So where is the entire file? Okay, so we have it is exactly the number of bytes. That's nice. Interesting. So I don't need, when I read the file, I don't need to have the size because I know the size. So you can see that is exactly 4078 bytes. So there's no need to do this. I just can call malloc with the size. So I don't have any file for testing. So code.a.test.c. Let's say this is my first test file. Code A test 1. Okay. So now I can also filter if the name doesn't include like the substring, has substring, and ffd.c file name. What I want is .test. If it has, you can display. So it correctly shows this in the only directory, right? Can delete these. Delete these. File size. Okay. Only use here. Then you need to call this find close. But since it's exiting anyway, so I actually don't need. The OS will take care of it. I don't think I need this anymore. Can delete this. Create threads. So I need this to be inside a function. So let's void print list files. Declare here so I can recursively call this. So let's make sure I'm thinking this correctly. So if it's only had like files, so it is going to read the build directory. So it won't call this, but we'll print all the files inside the build directory and then go up on the stack. So it's like a depth first search. It will go the furthest down on the, let's say, stack or tree, the directory tree, and print these files and then go up showing the rest of the files. So it should work. Okay, it does return an error. Okay, I just need to return. I don't care about the error. Okay, so I need a way to dynamically see them. So I need to pass a char pointer path. So basically we need to do this. I string copy the path. Then I append this, and basically I need to call this with ffd.c file name, and here I will do this. Okay, it is invalid, but it showed. Okay, just trying to make sure that it is working. So git ignore build bad. So I have a path. I basically copy. Okay, so let's create another buffer. max path. Okay, so still not working. And the path, file name, find data. Creation time, file name. Doesn't have much. So basically I copy the original path, I concatenate this, then the file name. Let's print your buffer, yeah, yes. Wait. Okay. I forgot to do this. And it still doesn't work. Nice. Wait. Yeah, it doesn't work. Invert file. So it's now it's working. Okay, so just forgot to do some basic stuff, and now it is working. And I can finally delete this task. Recursively find tests inside folders. Boom. So I could create code C folder code C dot test dot. Here. It doesn't. So he enters the builds, get out of the build, run the rest, finds another folder and then writes here. So I can uncomment this, and here we go. I don't need to. Nice. So I finally have, so I can list now all the files. List files. Okay, okay, so I have the file name, and now I would need to create a file. File name, file size. So basically I want a list of file names, and if I have a list of these file names and sizes, I can go here and iterate through all of them, and then I can read file and I pass the size, it returns the text, and for each of these I need to write the file. Let's see. File names. File sizes. search index here. Fwrite, actually fprintf, a file print formatted. So EDC generated file. Then I can have multiple strings. Lists of file names. ESC generated. It doesn't work. Because I'm listing the results down here. Okay. Let's see. It did not work. So I need to copy this. Just string copy. Still doesn't work. It is, I need to allocate first is it char times string length ffd dot c file name. Wait, what? So now it prints, but it doesn't. It is not opening this. If I it is working, so why it's not? Printf. Do I need the standard IO? It's already here. So why not? Why it's not writing? Do I need to do any other thing? Just this. So you don't even bundle file. The string, the format, and an optional argument. It does not write the It's so weird. Why it's not right into the file? Okay. So what happened? So okay, I think I got it. Okay, I got it. I just do this, and now it doesn't. It works. Let's do this, and if list of names. Okay, so I can just hashtag includes and right, so it's almost like almost finished. Fprintf and DSC generated file because it's a format string, yeah. So now it is includes wait. So I need the full path. Okay, so that's interesting. Here is just DSC tester. .h. So here it needs to be a full path. Okay, so I have the buff. Wait, defining. I do have the current folder. Yeah. So I need to be. It's relative to the current folder. Wait, I do have a path. Where is the... So let's print. Path is this, path is this, path is this. So basically ignore 2 dots and sometimes a backward slash. Let's say I have nested and there's code d test.c. The file name is only this, but I need both the path. So the size of path. String length plus string length path and string length file name times char. Okay, so I have enough size. So I need to know where to copy. code tests. So the path for the code A is this, the path for the code C is this, and nested is this. Okay. So if I don't encounter like this, string and the int character. If it doesn't have equals null, you do nothing, basically. But if it's not null, I want to insert something here. Probably I want to concatenate max path, defining. This should work, still work, right? A little weird. Right. It is grabbing like first random stuff. Why? Just calloc or no? Few arguments because I need to do this. Okay, so it's basically it was uninitialized memory. Well, if you don't have this, actually, if you have this, you need to append. You need to get the first tree and append that. So you have the path. Yeah, that doesn't. Mem copy. The destination, the file and the size, the source and the size, the path minus 3, my string, plus 3. Okay, so I don't think that's correct. What? I need to change everything. Yes. Okay, how it works. I got thinking about what I actually wanted to do, and I was comparing with the other solutions I was looking, and I just want to reiterate the possible solutions that exist, and I want to explain again what I want to do. And I remember the first idea was to create a single header library that I could just import the library, that single file, in my projects, and just make it write the tests and just make it work. But what I actually want is a test runner. So a single header library won't be the right solution for this. And one of the libraries that I used before was this criterion, and there are some I wouldn't say problems, but it's not convenient because you create the setup and teardown functions, and you must assign, and then you need to match the name of the suit. So it would be more interesting to just have something like this: suit, the name of the suit, and here I would write my setup code, and down here the setup, not setup, but teardown code. And if you think about it, you probably want to declare things here, and it won't be available in this other function. I don't know how it's supposed to work here, or maybe you can declare above these functions, but I don't really like this solution. So I prefer doing something like this: name of the tests, and then I can have a scope of the test here, and it just reads more naturally, just like you would do when using the Jest library. Here is the same thing I was talking. You need to assign those functions, Here you can, in this library you can pass a function hook to maybe do something with the assertions. So I was thinking maybe I could do something like that, where you could specify the numbers of tests, like the percentage that you would like to enforce the project. So you could enforce like 90% of functions covered, or maybe 90% that passes, I don't know, something like that. Another thing that I was looking was that how it would work for something like a crash. Does the crashing in a thread crash the whole program, or I need to create a process for that? So that's a thing that I will look into to answer. I was trying to understand how criterion works, and I read some source code and couldn't figure out exactly how it works, how it registers the functions, the tests to execute later. So if you know, you can comment down below. And so there's another problem with that, I would say problem with that library, is that you must compile the test. So you will have like a file for the test, and you need to compile that file to then execute the test. So imagine if you have a large project where you have a lot of tests. So I don't think it's really useful for me, this approach. So what I really want is a test runner. And this is another library that I was looking, called Greatest. And you must assign like each test to the suit and assign the suit to run. So it's quite a lot of code that you need to write to make you run all of your tests. And imagine you have like several files with several test suits. You must write the assignment for each test. So that's a lot of code that you could not write. That would be better to not write that code. Just let the test runner take care of finding all the code and running that. And this is an approach using a single header library. The criterion library was like a bigger project. Was not just a single header. And the problem is that how do you actually not automatically assign each test to be run? But using a single header, as far as I know, you can't do that because you're running outside of the main, and you need some way to. Okay, so here he assigns outside the main, but you need to do one assignment. You can't just be automatically. And so I don't really like this approach, so that's why I want to do a test runner. So I was searching for other test runners for C++ and C, and I found some of them. And there's a lot of stuff that I don't really need, and I think that I can make a really simple and with way less code than these other other projects. There's this cat2 test runner. You still need to like do this to define the test using macros. Then you have, I was looking, you have asserts, different types of asserts. Assertion macros. And also specific for C++. And also you have like Google Test. A lot of big projects use, but I want to make a really simple and focused test runner and try to come up with my own way to do tests. So I was exploring this idea of having a single header library, and then I discovered that it won't work the way that I want. So I drew this diagram, and I was thinking to ship to the developer both the main C file and the tester header file, but this is a little over engineering, because here I only have the assertions. Let's open the file. Okay, so so you have the assert and the skip, a way to keep track of the tests, total tests, print the results. You have a way to like measure the time, and a few others to declare the suit and the tests in a way that you can filter. And yeah, that's basically it. So the idea is to basically remove this, because I don't need anymore, because I will generate the file. Since I'm generating the file that will be compiled by the test runner, I can basically just insert all these macros that I use in here, so I don't need a separate file. And I think that's basically it. The rest remains the same. So the idea is not to ship this to the end user, to the developer. The idea is to just give a binary, so test runner.exe, and you simply run this command, this program on your current folder, and you will find all the tests, the test files. It must have this .test to know that it's a test. And I was thinking that since I'm generating, I will read those files and generate another file, I basically can create my own domain-specific language, or just a simple, I wouldn't say markup language, but something like you want to write, you can include some code, .c, and then you want to have like suit, and then you can name the suit random name, and then you create a block. Then you can have several tests. Test 1. Test 2. And also have like test 4 outside of suit. So it's feel more natural to write like this. You could you wouldn't need to have the prefix. You could just assert in the expression, let's say 1 equals 4 equals 3, and then a message. Here is the message. Sage results. Okay. So the idea is to basically write like this, and I could just parse this custom syntax and then replace with the actual functions. And by doing this, I can have an array of functions, and I can add to that array functions. The function. So each suit and tests outside of suits will be functions, and tests inside suits will be just a if statement, because you have a block and you want to filter by the name in the command line. And I think that's basically it. And branch coverage I was looking into, and it was really interesting how it works. I have a vague idea how it works. Basically on like JavaScript, which is a dynamic language, he uses the AST, he parses the AST and adds statements to keep track. So basically he inserts code, parses the AST, inserts some code to keep track if it was executed or not, if the like the conditionals were executed, or the functions, and keep track of these metrics. And for compiled languages, it has two approaches from what I've seen. One is the same as the JavaScript version, where you have an AST and you basically insert code before compiling the code. Or you could also modify the binary. So you read the binary and find the specific instructions that you want. And I was reading that you would put like int3 that to call like the debugger breakpoint, and then you would listen to that instruction call. But it's not something that I want to do right now, but it would be interesting to add in a future update. The timer should be optional. So I was thinking about having a way to track the time of each function, of each test, and test and suit, so you could have an idea of which tests are taking longer. But I don't think I want to think about this right now. And so let's actually put some code I already have here. I will change to the new version that I want. Code A tests what? Int results. So I think here I can just have a basic function. This is a macro defined in the header. The macro basically keeps tracks of how many assertions there is, so the total number of tests, and I pass this expression. If it's failed, I print a colored output and the number, the file, and the line. And if it's passed, I also do the same. And I also have this skip if you want to skip some tests that you're working there. And okay, so assert, print results, timer. Okay, actually it cannot be a function, it needs to be the assert, because the line number. And let's keep this for now. Results. Code test. Okay, so nested. Create codes B, not test, not C. Tests. I forgot to include the file. So I need to know where's the code. If I generate this can just include C. So this is actually okay. Maybe each test will be including its own file, so this does not reflect some like real project, because each code would be specific to a file, or maybe one file will be specific to several files. So to include this, but I won't generate this. So yeah, since I'm not doing this anymore, where I have the assertions, I can just remove all this. Including okay, so where's the write to file? Start text. Okay, generate file, list of file names. I need to read the entire file now. So it's not just the maybe I can read the entire file here. Generated file. Let's read entire file. So instead of this, I read the entire file. And it returns the text. File text. So I will need to parse the file. So I need to parse the file. So I need to ignore like white spaces for new lines. When I found the @, I read the test. Between the parentheses is the name of the tests. And when I open the curly braces, so I need to extract the name of the test. Let's create a function for that. Extract name of test. While text should return a value. Okay. Return text. If the test text shows X, and Okay, so I basically remove all these white spaces and new line. It's extracting the same file. But the size is all the same. Okay, so the size. Why the size is the same? So I have the file. Okay, so yeah, let's try path. Was reading the same file. Path. Okay. So code tests didn't found, but code C folder it found. So it found, it didn't found here. So list file names, file, code test, enter file. Extract the name of test. It's not calling anymore this. Extracting file contents. Code a text. List of file names. So it tried the first one. It didn't. It crashed. So the list of file names does nothing. So to okay, so I'm inside of the build folder. Okay. So I'm inside of the build folder. List of file names, print. List of file names. The size of chart. Entire path. This path assumes that the what I actually want is the path concatenated with the file name. File name. the length of the path plus the length of the file name, list index. Let me just concatenate it. So now it's finding path. So I missed another concatenation. List of file names. So it was the slash that was not working. So this works, and this doesn't work. There wasn't any string in there. Okay. What works? if it is equal to the character. So okay, so found tests and it worked. Some tests too. Some tests too. So it found this one. What about the other ones? List of file names, extracting file contents. Everyone just basically. So here's the first one. So the first one is not extracting. Okay, so it found for the test. Extracting. Okay, so where's the A test? So it found a test. Code test, okay. Code test 1 is correct. B. There is no so Go test 1. Suit name. It's adding 1 parenthesis. So is fine. Okay, everything's working. You're welcome. today I'm continuing my testing library that it actually turned out as a test runner, and I took some days off to actually work on this off stream. So I want to give an overview of how this works. And so let's start with the test itself. You have a way to define a suit and a test inside that suit, and you check that if the test is right or wrong with the assert. You can have multiple asserts, and you also can have like I also wrote a readme. So it's a very simple API. It has like 5 macros that you can use. So to define a test, an assertion, you can also provide a format string, some variable arguments, just like printf. You can also skip an assertion, define a suit, and a suit test that goes inside the suit. So the first thing is to have a file with tests like this. It must be between dots, for example code.test.c. And here is a small example. So you include your code that you want to test, and you define a single test, like call the function like sum, and you assert that, more than one assertion, specify a format string. You can also skip. And a suit is a good way to group related tests. So if they share some common code for startup or teardown, that's a way to specify a block of code. Then you just execute the runner in the folder, and you scan and find all your tests. So the idea was to make a really simple API and have also multi-threading, so it can execute several tests in parallel. And the other benefits of doing this myself, instead of using like some other software like Google Test or something, is that it fits more of what I actually need, and also it's extremely small, the binary, and it is a single binary, so less than 200 kilobytes. And I think that's really cool that you can have a really focused software. So let's continue. I showed the tests. Also you include your code, some more tests, and the first piece of this would say puzzle would be the assertions, the macros actually. So you can see I have the macros defined here. Where's the okay, so found it. So you have the assert. So the idea is to have an expression, and you have variable arguments for that macro. And basically what it does is increment the total number of tests to display in the end. So you can see that I have some variables that I keep track. So the total number of tests, the number of tests that were skipped, the number of tests that failed, and I just, since it has multiple threads running, I can't just do increment operator. I need to do atomic increment that actually does the increment in one, I think in one cycle, or like in one operation. So even if multiple threads are calling this, it won't get in the way of each other. So if you did the like your variable a++, one thread could read that value. Let's say it reads 1, and another thread reads also 1, but now this thread finishes and it prints and increments 2. Then the other thread already read this other value that was 1, and then also increments, and then it's 2. But you can see that it's wrong, so they can read at different times, and like read actually at the same time and grab the same value and then increment that value, and it would be the same. So in the end it would be the wrong value to display. If this expression is true, I just print some text that it passed, and if it failed, I increment the fail count. And here in this skip, I just don't just simply eliminate the code, increment these both variables. Here's the suit. The suit actually creates a function, and inside that function I'm still thinking about how to do a way to filter the tests. So if it has, like, you can see that if it has a substring, the query that I want, then it should execute the test. But for now I don't touch this variable. It executes all the tests by default, and I want to test with my own projects. That's why I made this the first one. I want to test with my own projects and see where this runner can be improved. So if it makes sense to do in this way, or maybe I wrote a comment, maybe filter when generates the macro, the file, and if it's actually useful to have a suit or not, or maybe you just want to have a block of code that's not a function, I don't know. And suit test, since you can declare functions inside of functions, you just define a block of a scope block just to keep the variables that you define in the code here. Well, technically you could, since it has this if, you wouldn't need. I just noticed that now. And the tests actually defines a function name that you later can call, that the generated file will call this function to execute the test. So I have a list of test functions, or array of test functions, and I basically reads each file, each test file, and search for this macro and grab the name of the macro. And when I grab the name, I just in this case this is the actual function, but I have another here in the Windows API where I have the lists. No, it's just the file name. Yeah, I just grab the function itself, and here I have like the test per thread, remaining test in available threads. So when I run the runner, I just check the number of threads the system has, and I leave like 1 to the current process. And here I just see if it's if the number of the functions is greater than the available threads, then I can do a distribution between those threads. Otherwise I can just run in one thread. And here I iterate the available threads, and there's a cool trick here. You have the start index and end index. So basically I have an array of functions that I want to execute, that is this one. So how to distribute this in multiple threads? Basically I take a range of input of indexes, so the start index and the end index will run that specific only that specific functions. let's say 1 through 10. So it will iterate a loop of 1 to 10 of this array that will execute the test, and another thread will take the index from 11 to 20, for example, and then execute those tests. So because it's highly parallel, you shouldn't have dependencies between your tests, so that's why you can do this way. So here you started the start index as 0, and then the index end index is the start index plus the number of tests per thread, and you also add the remaining tests. So if the current thread number is less than the remaining number of threads, you basically add 1 to that. So you distribute more evenly between distribute more evenly the remaining test between the threads, and then you assign the end index to start index, because the next iteration is where you want to start your index. So if I really like this this piece of code. It's really simple and really effective for what it needs to be. It needs to do. And here I do some wrappers around specific API signatures and to actually pass the arguments for the thread, and I create the thread and start. And in the end, I just wait for all the threads. This other file is for the platform dependent code. So this is for Windows. So you can see that for executing a shell command, I have to call this specific Windows function. For counting the threads is this code. The thread ID is actually a handle, a type handle for Windows, and some other things like create threads, and has this function API call. Resuming a thread, because you just create the thread but don't execute immediately. Actually, it might be more useful to create and run immediately, since I do this in sequence. So resume thread is, you create a suspended thread, you need to call this resume thread to actually execute. Wait for multiple objects to wait for all the threads. Here, atomic increment for the integers that are shared between threads. And here I list the files from a directory, and it's recursive. So for example, if it's a directory, it doesn't start with the dot, it will call this function again with the current directory. So it's a recursive function, a mixture of recursive and iterative function, because for each file name it will iterate in that folder, in that directory. And I just saved all of this in this array. So for the next part, so these both files, the assert and Windows, I need to ship with the binary. So I need to include in the binary those files, because the tests will use that. So the definitions of the macros are in the assert file, so I need to include in the test automatically. And it also depends on like atomic increment, for example, that is platform specific. So I need to also include that on this file. And this is just a regular C file. So you can include your source code, and I just take that, all this, I concatenate everything and give to the compiler to resolve all these includes. So I wrote another program called embed.c, and I copy some stuff from the other files, read the entire file and embed file. So here's the main file. I create the embed that I want in the main file. So I basically create this libembed.c, read these both files that I need to embed, and then embed the file. So what I do to embed the file, I create an array of unsigned chars. So basically it's an array of bytes. I don't store these files as a string because they have quotes. This doesn't have, maybe some here. So for example, they have quotes. So if you have a literal string, this quote will mess up because you need to escape that. So the best way is to create an array of bytes. So you read the file and create that array of bytes. So you can see that I write 0x for hexadecimal, and then this format string is for hexadecimal. So it converts the character from the file text to a byte. And here's the final byte, just to ignore this. The final byte doesn't have the final comma. And that's basically it. Then in this file I will include in my main .c, that is the main test runner entry points. This is actually the test runner. So I defined it's not a pound define of release. So I define a value of 1, and it will take that file that it was generated here. So you can see that in my build file, I first compile this, execute the embed to generate that libembed to generate this, and then I can run my main.c and actually execute the test run. So in this file it will have, you can see that libc, you have two variables, Windows file and assert file, and a bunch of bytes here, array of bytes, and that's really all to it. I just include that here, and I can use down here. So here's the main function. I display the number of threads. I search all the files. So since this executable is generated here, so I need to go a folder up in the tree, so when testing, and for the actual release I need to the current folder. So you can see that, and comment the line below to test in release mode. And finish search, I generate another file that is generated.c, that I will concatenate everything. I will concatenate the assert and Windows and the tests, the test files that I wrote here. The macros will expand normally because the compiler will do that, and then I will write the instructions to assign those functions to that array, to insert in the array, and then distribute the array in the threads, and then execute the threads. And here in release mode I convert the bytes into a character. so it converts to text again, and I also removed some I don't know if it's needed anymore, but removed some new terminator for I changed to new lines. And if I'm not in release mode, I just include the file itself, the assert. And another release, the list of files, just need to add this. So here I assign the test names to that array, and I increment index, insert index. Then I write this function init results, which is this one. Then init threads and print results, and then finish the main file. After generating the file, I compile. So you need the Microsoft compiler here available on the shell, and after finish compilation it will execute the generated.c, that is this file, and then that's it. It will run all the files. So for today I want to actually write the Linux version of this. So I have a VM here. I already set it up. So I have the build.sh to compile this file. So I basically copy the Windows specific into the Linux file, and I just need to go through each function and convert that to a Linux function call. And so you can see that it's pretty easy to port that to other platforms, because you have a few functions that you need to implement. Let's see, execute shell command, it's 1, count threads 2, and the type of threads handle, the thread ID, wrapper, create threads 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 functions. Okay, so I was trying to compile, it's complaining that it doesn't have to lower, so I need to include ctype.ctype.h, and this is actually a better error message than the Microsoft compiler. The Microsoft compiler just says it's implicit declaration, but this GCC actually tells you that you should include ctype, because that's where the definition is. So if we compile, it compiles now. Okay, let's add a command to run. Okay, so it's printing, it's working. So this function is not relevant. The first thing, I already did some thread stuff in Linux before, when I was studying about parallelism concepts, and I already have some ideas of some function calls that I need. So for example, to get the number of threads is this function get and procs, and I can just copy here. Let's see if it warns implicit declaration. He doesn't say that you need to import. I think it's includes sys I don't remember. There's sysinfo. Sysinfo.h. Okay, now it's working. Let's. Where's the. Okay, so let's write printf available threads in this system. And also the reason that this code has a prefix, both the Windows, the platform specific and the assert, is because I include that in the source file of the tests. So if the person has the same name that I use here, it will cause conflict. So to avoid that, I have a prefix in everything. So let's see if it works. Available threads is 6, and it is correct. I don't know who is way to see here, but basically I have 12 threads in my computer, and I gave 6 to this virtual machine, so it is correct. Execute a shell command. I don't know how to do this. Let's search how to execute shell commands in Linux. In C. It is the same. So it's standard. So it should work. Let's see. So it works. So it's not platform specific. Okay, that's fine. One thing that I would need to change is in the main file. I call this the CL compiler, and I need to change to be GCC, or maybe give an option to the user specify the compiler, but probably everything should work. Maybe not this, yes, but some commands I would need to make specific for each platform. Okay, so that was easy. So let's create a thread. Actually, let's create a atomic variable. Let's see how to how to create an atomic variable in C. Integer. Linux. C11. Built-in functions. So I'm not sure if C11 it's actually a good thing to have to use my code. Int clone, what this is? Total ordering operations. Yeah, so it seems that it should be this one. So then fetch it and diamonds. Multithread D. Okay. So defining the thread handle or the ID, the structs, wrapper. So creating a thread. For waiting a threads actually is thread join. For creating a thread create. Let's see, the thread ID. So I need a pointer that will for the thread ID. So instead of giving the ID to me, I need to provide a variable to the function. Then some attributes, null, the routine, it is it's this one. The arguments is wrapper arguments. So I need a way to get the ID. Okay. So I could add to this argument. So I have the wrapper arguments. Okay, so I can add because I don't reference this in anywhere. A reference in search. I have the, where is the function? So here's the function that iterates through the tests. So I have threaders and threads. It's a little bit confusing because a lot of casting and a lot of void pointers. So here I just convert this to this. So start index and I wrap around the wrapper arg. Okay, so create threads. Okay, so I'm passing that as arguments. So they are very different. What I could do to avoid this, maybe create an array outside and just iterate through that array. Basically I would accept this, but I would execute something different. Because I generate the args here, I would need to, I'm passing these to create threads. So create thread, I would unwrap this, then allocate the thread, pass that to that, and after create and return, then I can start the thread. Yeah, I think it should work. I'm allocating somewhere else, but let's, where's the thread ID? Thread ID and pointer. So wrapper args. Wait. No, I don't need this. I don't need this. I just declared there because I will have the thread array already. Yeah, I'm just overcomplicating this. Just insert size of let's see, threads ID 1, and then I can just do this and then return threads ID, and everything should work. The thread start is doesn't need to do anything. Actually, analyzing this now, probably I don't need this because, as I said, it's starting the thread immediately after. I don't know if it has any benefit of creating all the threads first and then executing them, like performance. For some performance reason maybe, but I would need to have a lot of tests to actually see if it's impacting on the performance or not. So I can just ignore this, it will execute immediately. And waiting for all the threads, I just do this, and everything should work, I guess. So let's uncomment this. It should be the same. The ID, the counter, and the threads. Okay. Okay, I'm starting the threads. Okay, just let's see if it works. Available, it's still showing this. I know it's working, just okay, so a lot of errors, okay, so I'm not clearing the screen. Before compiling, just it's not, it's clear, yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, I forgot that. Where is the words? Okay, so where's the? So it returns a void pointer actually. So when you create, so the signature for the function threads is void pointer and void pointer argument. Okay, so I don't need these. Where is it? It's void pointer args. Let's return null. Let's see what's other errors. Returning long for a function return type makes integer from pointer without a cast. 64. Okay, I'm returning the pointer itself. It doesn't have atomic. Okay, because I changed the name. Okay, it was the old name. Now it's just regular sign 64. Okay, and declared first is this function. Okay, it's atomic. It's not atomic. Non-type thread proc wrapper args. You mean? Yes, I did mean that. Okay, so let's see. Thread ID 0, before, after. So the counter is 5. Okay, it is correct. It is correct. So you can see that it prints on a different order. So the thread ID 1 finish executing before the thread ID 0. The thread ID 0 started, so we could print this. Then the thread ID 1 started and finished before the ID 0. So using a counter, you can see that let's say int unsafe counter, and let's say 0. You can see that it's simply safe counter. it will give the wrong answer almost always. Printf unsafe counter. Unsafe count rate. I forgot. Okay, so it managed to get. Maybe because I'm doing atomic and it waits to finish everything here. Let's actually remove this. It's still. Wait. Why it's working? I have no idea why this works. Does GCC automatically does this kind of thing? Yeah, I have no idea why this works. So I almost implemented everything. The threads, and the last one is this function to list the file names. Let's uncomment this, uncomment this. Let's see. How to list files in C and Linux. So there is a recursive function. So gerent includes gerent, not speed. Open dir. sys types. Open here. A pointer, pointer to a directory. So have a redo. Declare it, declare it. Struct gerents. Struct gerents. Okay, so it's listing correctly. Embed C, okay. So I want to exclude any file that starts with the dot. So basically okay, so that's good. So how do I know if it's actually a directory or a file? Name type of file, not supported by offensive sleeve. Folders content, so let's see. It uses DTG. So yeah, so it uses the type. If it's a block device, okay, it's signature, main socket regular file, directory. Okay, so dtdir. Let's see, so dir type recurse, else if reg. Let's see, file, recurse. So since, okay, so I need to find if it has, where is it? List of files. Has substrings. Has substring dir name and dot test dot. No, wait. Okay, so I'm not recursing it. Dir name. So can I just do this? Dir name should work, and it works. Okay, so it's finding the tests. Nice. Now the last thing is to add those tests to the list of file names. Let's see. Where is the path file name? Yeah, the file name is just this, so I need to do something like this. I just copy this. List file names. Actually, this. So let's iterate for file names index sharp pointer and file name. So I'm not incrementing. Simple test. This will be executed from the build folder. Simple test. Yeah, I think that's. I will create some nested file test. It's because it's empty in this. So recurse sample test, but nested is not working. So the sample tests were working, but not this. Oh, okay, because the director name is not the. It just is nested, but. So I need to concatenate these two. So let's do a full path. Size of share the string name your name. So the path, yes. So the same thing I do here. The path, where is it? Path plus string name full. Then I can just call full path here, and it should work. Yeah, I didn't copy the string copy the full path the path into the full path, string concatenate the full path with the directory name. I think I need also string cats full path with this. Okay, so now it's working. So a deeply nested task he can also find. Okay, I think that's really it. It's almost the same amount of code for both, but it seems shorter, the Linux version. Okay, so for actually using this, I will need to find all the dimensions to Windows. Let's see. So I need to change on the embeds. Instead of change to support Linux systems. And I think assert here. Main file. The Windows in this case is only the and I think that's basically it. And I have so changing a few things that it would it will working on Linux, but I'm not planning doing now. It's not really a priority to support Linux since I'm using Windows only, but hopefully it shows that if you actually define a boundary for your platform API, you can easily create multi-platform software, and it's very easy to support to create those API bindings. It's not really that difficult because it's a few functions here and one by one testing them, and it was really simple, really easy also to convert this to Linux, and now it basically has Linux support. So I think that's really cool, and I think that's it for today. I will copy this code to the main repo because I don't have the access here, and will upload to GitHub. Maybe I will do this in the future. I will try to actually really compile to Linux, but the goal for today was to only create this support for Linux, this initial support to translate all the functions to Linux, and I think I'm done here.